Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon here at Bristol Airport. And so different live stream to usual. You know, usually we're at London Heathrow or somewhere in the London vicinity, but today we've gone local. We've come to Bristol Airport. I've noticed that the winds are very bad. I'm not sure if you can hear that on the microphone. I'll give you a little weather report in a minute. Let me just get the flight weather report. And so we've got winds of up to 24 to 37 knots per hour blowing in the eastern direction, so it is very high. It's giving me a red warning. And you've got temperatures of 12 degrees Celsius with scattered clouds. We've got 10 kilometers plus of visibility, so no issue there. We've got no seeing of clouds, so you know, once again, not much issue there. So we get to see a great follow-up of the departing aircraft. For example, this one right here. But yeah, we've chosen to come in the afternoon sort of because of the traffic that is picking up at Bristol Airport. So it's one of the perfect times to come here. So this here is the EasyJet A320-200, registered GEZTK, heading over to Paris. And so the registration, Golf Echo Zulu Tango Kilo. So you can see there the jet struggling upon departure there quite a bit. He's waving around quite a lot, almost looked as if he was giving us a wave, but yeah. So I might have some issues with my phone's mobile data, but it shouldn't affect the stream at all. So if I am delayed in responding to messages, I'll just apologise on behalf of that. But so Chris, good morning to you. Tim, good morning. I'm used to the Heathrow time. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, Tim. Thanks for joining us. And good afternoon, Ken and Andy. Glad to see you're at Bristol Airport with us, experiencing the really heavy winds. Never actually been plane spotting in winds above 20 knots per hour, so it's a bit of a change, and it is thrashing me around quite a bit, but it is really enjoyable. I mean, the planes here are struggling to depart and arrive, so perhaps you'll get to see some go-arounds, because we have got a pretty busy schedule, especially for a local airport. But yeah, we'll see the outcome of this live stream, and perhaps we'll do some more of Bristol, because we really do enjoy coming here, of course. We've got the Jet2 737-800, which is just being pushed back and moved. I believe this one is going to be departing soon, in about 10 minutes time. So we've got two aircrafts which are set to depart in a few minutes time. So you've got this one that's being pushed away, and then you've got this EasyJet A320. This is the 320-200, which is going to be heading to Paris CDG. So lots of EasyJets, Jet2s and Ryanairs here at Bristol. Definitely the main aircraft to see here, but later on we should be seeing the Helvetic E190, I believe it is, or the 290. But as the time gets closer to that jet, we'll make sure to capture it, I guess. So registration of this aircraft is GEZTJ, or Golf Echo Zulu Tango Juliet. Good afternoon, Abraham Barks. Thanks for joining us once again. It's great to have you from join us from the London Heathrow live stream. And yeah, Tim, it was we were looking at the arrivals and departures list as well, and we weren't planning on going to Bristol today, but we just noticed that later in the evening it got a bit more busy. So it is busier than usual here, so we decided, we did promise a Monday show in our Heathrow stream. I was at yesterday, so we came here, just captured the busy arrivals and departures, but obviously it is increasing. The amount of jets that we see are increasing daily. You've got Smart Wings, who else? Corendon, all new airliners operating at Bristol, including the Aegean airliners, which we saw depart during setup, so unfortunately didn't capture that, but we did see it. But it's great to have all of these new airliners, ramping up the schedule for the Bristol action. And again, yes, we did. Obviously, coming from Cardiff, we do have to cross the bridge. It is about an hour drive, so definitely much closer than it is to head over to London. Yeah, we're almost running late for the live show, I must say. Running into lots of traffic this morning. I mean, the speed limits were adjusted to 30 miles per hour in certain places, so we're driving as fast as possible to get here in time. And if the camera is shaking a bit, I do apologise. It is the very strong winds. We've got the lights of an arriving aircraft in the distance. Wasn't quite expecting this one at this time, but so we've got the Jet2 737-800 arriving from Funchal on its 3 hour and 12 minute long journey. And the registration on board this aircraft is GJZBK, or Golf Juliet Zulu Bravo Kilo. So yeah, also upon setup, we were looking at some of the A321 Neos operated by EasyJet operating at Bristol. They're struggling to land on this side of the runway. I believe it's runway 27. Yeah, it is 27. But you can see there he's moving a lot. But it wasn't a bad landing, I must say. Some very experienced pilots here. But hopefully we get some pilot waves here. Not sure if we will, 100% sure, but we're zooming on to the nose of the aircraft just in case. No waves there, but there's always a second chance, I guess. So you've got a departure, the EasyJet heading over to Paris. So runway 27 in action for departure and arrival. Give you yeah, the follow-up wasn't the greatest, I'll tell you that, but the wind's here picking up quite a bit. Wow, even the tripod moving after the strong winds. There's no storm, so I'm surprised with these strong winds. Obviously there is not a storm, but sorry about that, just waiting for the winds to cool down before I speak. Those are nice and strong. Sorry about the poor follow-up. The jets are being moved quite a lot, to the point that they're flying directly above us, and obviously the tripods don't go that far. And then also when the jets depart, the wind just gets so crazy. I can barely even hold myself up here. So you've got the Ryanair 737-800, which is just sitting there on the tarmac. I believe it's on boarding. And then we've got the 320. Well, I think that's the 321 actually, just next to it. And then I believe that's the standard 320-200 next to that A321. And yeah, this level of traffic is definitely something we see on certain days. I mean, Monday seems to be a very popular day, so perhaps you'll go on a Monday quite often. And okay, so this here is the EasyJet A319 registered GEZBF for Golf Echo Zulu Bravo Foxtrot, and it is heading to Copenhagen, so about a 2 to 3 hour long journey. And Doros Pet says good afternoon from you, and I hope you're doing well. Glad to see you joining us today here at Bristol Airport. Toby, also hello to you, and hope you're also enjoying the view so far. It is fantastic to be here. It's definitely a change from the casual London Heathrow British Airways aircrafts that we see quite often. Parked planes over here, and then we've got some on the other side of the buildings which we can't quite see from this viewpoint, but this is one of, I believe, 2 viewpoints that you can come visit from Bristol Airport. Just like to give everyone a warm welcome. Thank you for all joining our stream from Bristol Airport. It's our first time here for us in terms of doing a live show, but we have been here before, of course. This place holds a special place in my heart. This is the place where I first learned how to use a camera. First learned about my my passion for aviation. And this is an airport I'd love to continue visiting. So you've got the ATR 72-600 having a pretty difficult time there. This is one of the smaller aircraft arriving here at Bristol, so he's going to have a bit of a tough time battling these 25 knots per hour winds. But he's nailed it completely, landing on runway 27. There is the Aer Lingus jet, and you can see the reverse thrusts. A bit different on the turboprop engines, but there they are. So you can see the flaps fully extended on the ATR. He's going to retract them very soon, but he's taxiing to the gate area at the moment, which we should watch the whole of, obviously, as we wait for the next couple of aircraft to arrive and depart. And so 8 minutes out, we've got an EasyJet A319, but obviously I'll give you some more info on that jet as it gets closer. It's just circling around the airport now, as it is on the runway 09 side. So yeah, Toby, you're gonna have a fantastic time at Bristol Airport. I mean, there's plenty of action to see here, so I hope you have a great time there. And Bobby, good morning to you. Sorry, good afternoon. I keep getting confused with the time of day. Obviously, we're used to doing the London Heathrow streams early in the morning. So yeah, good afternoon to you. And Paul, good afternoon to you also. And also Dr. O. Dr. O, on behalf of the One and More Aviation team, good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing well over in Frankfurt. I was actually watching one of your streams a couple of days ago. It was great to see the 747 action, so keep that up. You're doing a very great job over in Frankfurt. So Bristol has one runway, labelled runway 27 and 09. So on the eastern side you've got runway 27, and then on the western side you've got runway 09. So it all depends on the winds as to what sides they use for arrivals and departures. You can see the engines off for the ATR 72. And HB, good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing very well, and hope you're doing great in Frankfurt. So just waiting for the next couple of movements here at Bristol Airport. So I'm just trying to look at the skies to see if there are any aircraft that are visible to us. So our next arrival is 5 minutes out. As said previously, it's just circling around at the moment to get the correct approach angle. Just trying to see the next couple of movements here at Bristol Airport. But yeah, the network's definitely not playing ball here at Bristol. It's definitely most likely because of how close we are to the airport. But it will load eventually. So you've got a couple of departures in about 6 minutes time, and they will hold short for the arriving aircraft. And so you can see the catering truck on board the Jet 2 737-800, as well as the fuel truck and the baggage truck just moving away from the aircraft. got a couple of jets there parked, just watching them as we wait for the next actions. So 2 minutes until the next action. I can just about see the lights of the aircraft. I'm just trying to find it. Where is he? And there it is. You can barely see the lights of the A319. It'll definitely become more visible as the jet gets closer. Still quite far away. It's the EasyJet A319. Sorry about that, plenty of wind here at Bristol. So this here is the EasyJet A319 registered OELQP, or Oscar Echo Lima Quebec at Papa. So this here is arriving from Palma de Mallorca on its 2 hour and 14-minute long journey. No problem at all for the EasyJet A319 there. It's almost as if the winds are non-evident. takes you at the end of the runway. See, this is why I love Bristol so much. No fence obstructing the way of the aircraft. Just a nice clear view. So Maurice, good afternoon to you. Phil, good afternoon to you too. Hope you're doing well also. And so we've got an EasyJet aircraft just on the tarmac there. He's finished pushing back. But before we see any departures, we've got an upcoming arrival. So it will be the EasyJet A320-200 arriving from Nice on its 1 hour and 52 minute long journey. I can see the lights in the sky, but I'm not going to focus on it just yet. I'm going to wait for it to get a bit closer to us. And so registration of the arriving aircraft is GEZWY, or Golf Echo Zulu Whiskey Yankee. A320-200. So on final approach, landing at runway 27. So you can see their touchdown a bit late, but still need touchdown markers. 7800 heading over to Amsterdam. Yeah, so just going to apologise for the lag here at Bristol Airport. Just trying to sort that out now. So the whistling that you most likely can hear is from the strong winds. We've got the Ryanair 737-800, that's just pushed back now, and just in front of it now is the EasyJet A320-200, which is all the way over there. And yeah, so both aircraft set to taxi to runway 27 for departure. So pushback truck disconnected, and so the Ryanair 737-800 ready for taxi. So the EasyJet A320-200 is finally on the move there. This aircraft will be heading to the Isle of Man, and it's registered GEZUA, or Golf Echo Zulu Uniform Alpha. I would just like to encourage everyone to like and subscribe to the channel if you'd like to support it, of course. Your support does mean a lot to us, and it does help in the growth of the channel. So the EasyJet Isle of Man there is going to be holding short. So we've got an arriving jet inbound. So we've got a jet inbound from Barcelona, so it'll be the EasyJet A320-200, registered GEZTA, or Golf Echo Zulu Tango Alpha. And so arriving from Barcelona on its 1 hour and 57-minute long journey. Let's watch as he battles the winds at Bristol Airport. I must say the jet's not having a difficult time, but the winds are definitely there. I mean, it's just pushing me around quite a bit. Can't really hold the tripod that straight, so if the shoom's a bit wobbly, I do apologise for that. And Michael Painter, good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing very well, and really happy to see you back on board with us here at Bristol Airport. So the A320 is in sight. So you can see the wings flexing a lot, as well as the aircraft, well, upon approach was crabbing quite a bit. You could see with the rudder adjustments. So just going to move on from this aircraft, as you've got one just yeah, so it's just lined up onto runway 27. So it's the A320 heading to the Isle of Man. can see they're very wobbly from the A320 that's just departed. You can see the wind is very strong. So the Ryanair 737-800, which we watched push back, is also holding short on runway 27, as you have got an arrival. And so the arriving aircraft is relatively new. It's the A321neo, operated by EasyJet, arriving from Rhodes. So total flight time on our route is 4 hours and 20 minutes. And the aircraft is registered GUZMB, so that is Golf Uniform Zulu and Bravo. And so I can see the very bright lights on board the 321neo. And so 3 aircrafts pinging up on the ground at Bristol Airport. So the camera just losing focus there, but we are back. And easy does it. You can see touching the left main gear first, then the right, and then the nose down. Not a very smooth landing, but I guess in these winds you've got to compromise and get the aircraft down as soon as possible. Good afternoon to everyone that's just joining us here at Bristol Airport. And so you've got the Ryanair 737-800 that's just lined up on runway 27. This aircraft heading to Wroclaw. And you can see they're just moving now. And so registration EIENF, or Echo India Echo November Foxtrot. So over about 2,000 feet there is the Ryanair 737-800. Got an arrival inbound also. So it'll be the EasyJet A319. And this aircraft arrived from Krakow on its 2 hour and 28 minute long journey. And the aircraft's registration is GEZDL, or Golf Echo Zulu Delta Lima. And so let's watch as this A319, you can see, is covering quite a bit there on approach. So just watch its touchdown. Done there from the EasyJet. You can see floating quite a bit there, but he did get it down nice and smoothly. Short of runway 27. Yeah, there is a an arriving aircraft, so yeah, he's just waiting for that. And oh, sorry. So my chat was not updating. Missed a question, but so Abraham is asking if I were to choose between EasyJet and Ryanair, and who would I pick? So in terms of liveries, I'll definitely go for Ryanair. I mean, I like that blue and yellow. The contrast there is amazing. And in terms of service, definitely EasyJet, I think, takes that one. But in terms of how cheap the flights are, you know, obviously Ryanair is unbeatable after all. So it's a close one for me, but I'll definitely pick Ryanair. I mean, you know, you kind of get what you pay for. See, small price, you can't really expect much, and you can't really go wrong with them. And Maurice, thank you for the kind words there. Yeah, also one of our local airports. I mean, our actual local airport is Cardiff Airport, but yeah, not much action there. So you know, call Bristol our own, I guess. Yeah, plenty more action. And so we've got this EasyJet with the holidays livery. So it's the A320-200, registered as GEZOA. So that's Golf Echo Zulu Oscar Alpha, and it's arriving from Alicante, and it's 2 hour and 26 minute long journey. So he's just on finals for arrivals or landing on runway 27. Then right after this jet, we should be seeing the A321neo depart. I'm not quite sure if there's any arrival traffic, but that is prioritized here at Bristol. . could see there, the aircraft was definitely struggling to touch down. He was wobbling quite a bit, but overall outcome, it was very smooth, the touchdown. So a very great job to the 2 pilots on board that jet. So just switching on to the 321 Neo, which is just moving now. And so this here is heading to Lisbon, registered OEISB. So that is Oscar Echo India and Bravo. To be this windy, I must say, was definitely not expecting it, but you know, we did notice it and we were like, yeah, you may as well go and capture some great footage for you all. You've got an aircraft that's just lined up on the runway. It's the Aer Lingus ATR 72-600, which is heading over to Dublin. So the registration on board this aircraft is EIHDH, or Echo India Hotel Delta Hotel. So you can see he's just moving now. He's not going to use much of the runway. I'd say about a quarter or just half. But you could see there the relatively small jet struggling quite a bit. I mean, as you're speeding up on the runway, a bit heavy on the left main gear. And, yeah, so just a big thank you to Dr. O there. That's providing the audience with the information. So yeah, big thank you to you. And so the EasyJet A319 up next, arriving from Toulouse on its 1 hour and 40-minute long journey. And that aircraft is registered OELKO, so Oscar Echo Lima Kilo Oscar. So this is a bit far. Don't know if I can see him just yet. We'll try. And yeah, he's just in view. And then we've got 2 aircrafts on the ground. So we'll look at them if there is not much action. So it should be full. Well, the airport should be full of action today, so shouldn't be much need. But you can see the A319 crabbing. Can't quite tell from a distance, but he definitely is. So almost looking directly at us, and we are on the side of the airport, so you could tell that he's crabbing quite a bit. And we'll watch out for some rudder adjustments upon touchdown. You can see that he's just turned in a bit here and there, just battling the winds. And easy does it, he says, as he touches down on runway 27. Some apologies if the internet's playing up a bit. So we've got a arrival inbound, just trying to see where it's at. Yeah, so he is quite far away, but it is the Ryanair 737-800 arriving from Warsaw, and it's a 2-hour and 28-minute long journey. The registration on board this aircraft is EIEFJ, so that is Echo India, Echo Foxtrot Juliet. We'll just watch this this aircraft as he taxis before we focus on the arriving 737. And so you can see the aircraft that is just passing. It's the 321neo, which has just arrived from Rhodes. You can see the passengers deboarding. And so the Ryanair 737-800 in sight. So you can see there the 737 that's just touched down from Warsaw was struggling on approach, but he's made it. And touchdown wasn't too bad. Definitely wasn't the smoothest, but it wasn't the hardest either. And so a small weather update for you. I mean, we gave one at the start of the live stream, and we like to constantly do that throughout. So the winds have calmed down a slight bit. They're still on a yellow warning, but 22 knots per hour is the winds at Bristol this afternoon. Still currently 12 degrees with scattered clouds, 10 kilometers plus of visibility, so no issue there, and no ceiling of clouds today. So that was a brief weather update for you all. The parked fleet of EasyJet aircrafts there. So you've got the 319, the 321, and then I believe that's the 319 behind the 321 as well. So the Ryanair is just parked next to the EasyJet aircraft. You can see the ground crew vehicles. We've got multiple fuel trucks. Got, I believe that's ground power or cleaning, I'm not sure. And then you've got the stair truck attached to the A319 as the aircraft deboards. You can see the ATC tower just up there, managing all of the traffic, of course. So just pinging up now is this jet right here, which is on pushback, heading over to Ibiza, but we'll see that in about 5 minutes. So we're just going to focus on that whilst we wait for the next bits of traffic that we'll get to see here at Bristol. Yeah, the aircraft's set to taxi to runway 27, and that should be the way it is all of the rest of the day. So using runway 27 for departures and arrivals. So I'm assuming that this aircraft is going to halt on the tarmac and then proceed to its rudder and spoiler and flap checks. You can see the multiple ground crew vehicles just managing the pushback there, the Jet 2 737-800. And so Delta is asking how big this airport is. It's well, not very big. It has got one runway, and that's about it. But the traffic is pretty hectic on certain days. But either way, thanks for joining us at Bristol today, and I hope you're enjoying the view so far. So it seems like the pushback truck is about to be disconnected from the 737-800. So I'm just looking out for the next bits of traffic. We've got an EasyJet A319 just picking up, and I can just about see it in the distance. I think we'll move on to catch a quick glimpse of it, and we'll look back at the 737. So there is the A319. As you can see there, the pushback truck still attached, moving it closer to the runway. This aircraft will be heading to Paris, ORY, and it's registered OELQP, so that is Oscar Echo Lima Quebec Papa. But we'll skip on that aircraft until it reaches the runway and focus on the 737-800. It is definitely closer to us. We'll make sure to look out for some of the checks the pilot performs. So I'd assume engines are being started now. You can see the flaps just going down there, ready for departure. And so both aircrafts that are heading to depart are just halting on the tarmac. So I'm guessing the pre-flight checks being done currently. Most likely the engines are being started, flaps being put down, lights on. So it is taking the aircrafts and the pilots a bit of time, but still watching along, obviously. And the 737-800 seems to be ready to taxi, as you can see, just moving now. Yeah, A319 in the distance, not moving just yet, so I'm not quite sure if the 737 will be first in line to depart. It doesn't seem so, as the 319 is much closer to the runway, but obviously it does depend on how long it takes for the A319 to be ready for departure. Seems that no, the A319 is still in place, so they're not moving just yet. So I do think that the Jet 2 737-800 will be the first to depart. Almost at the end of the runway. You can see they're just turning in, and we'll see if the aircraft halts in place or if he just begins to line up. Yeah, not aware of any incoming traffic, so it does seem that the Jet 2 737-800 will be lining up on runway 27 straight away, and then he'll be cleared for departure. The winds here just gusting quite a bit there. There's sort of a break in the wind, and then it resumes quite heavily. And so this here, the Jet 2 737-800 heading over to Ibiza, registered GJZBK, that is Golf Juliet Zulu Bravo Kilo. Off to Ibiza goes the 737-800, and just now lining up on runway 27 we have the Airbus A319 operated by EasyJet heading over to Paris ORY. And Dr. O, thanks for joining us and giving us some great information as to what the arrivals and departures will be at Bristol. It's great to see you, and hope to see you on our next live stream. And yeah, Abraham, glad you're enjoying the stream at Bristol. It definitely will continue streaming at Bristol, as it does seem that lots of you do enjoy the streams, of course, and it is much closer to where we are based. Obviously, Cardiff being further away from Heathrow to Bristol, so you know, if the overall outcome is great, we'll continue our live streams at Bristol, and it is definitely something we would like to do. You know, we're trying to stream as much as often, so Bristol would be an amazing airport to continue visiting quite often, as well as our you know, our usual London Heathrow live streams. And Tim Farrow, a former 747 and 777 pilot, that's actually really interesting. Might I ask what your favourite aircraft between those two are, the 747 and 777? Personally, for me, it'd definitely be, I think, the 777. And the 747 is a great airport, but aircraft, but I do like the 777 a bit more. But yeah, it is definitely a shame that the 747 is being grounded. Currently really only for cargo purposes for most airliners, apart from Lufthansa, which still operates the passenger variant of the aircraft. So the A319 on the move now. Pay attention to the wings flexing when the aircraft lifts off, and the aircraft obviously battling the winds, so it is great to see. And Sarah Jane, good afternoon to you. Hope doing well in Australia, and hope the weather is a bit warmer there, of course. Gary, good to see that you're enjoying this stream, and thank you for joining. So you're asking if there are more gates than Gatwick, and the answer to the question is no. It is very busy today, but on certain days it isn't as busy. But yeah, not as many gates as Gatwick. Gatwick is definitely a much more busy airport. I believe was it third or second most busiest airport in the UK. Either way, you know, Bristol, we're getting some amazing action this afternoon. You know, it is a small airport, but it seems like many airliners are choosing to invest in a slot to operate at Bristol Airport. I mean, the new ones, well, as of lately, is Aegon Airlines and SmartWings. SmartWings operating the 737s, and Aegon Airlines operating the A320s, and sometimes the A320 Neos. And we also had, I believe it was Swiss that was getting slots at Bristol Airport. I believe they use Helvetic Airlines, and they also use some of their A220s when they head over to Bristol from Zurich. But we've got an aircraft pinging up at Bristol at the moment. So we've got an EasyJet A320 that's you can just about see before he disappears into the gate buildings. We've also got an arrival inbound. Oh, and never mind. I thought that was an arrival inbound, but it seems like that jet is going over to Cardiff Airport instead. A320 you can see being moved by the pushback truck. So just going to check on the schedule for the Bristol Airport. So yeah, the Bristol Airport arrivals and departures. Going to look at when the next arrival will be, as we can see this aircraft is set for departure soon. So our next arrival will be in about 20 to 15 minutes time, so it was meant to be in about 9 minutes, but obviously it is Ryanair, so you're expecting a delay after all, so that's been pushed back to about 5 o'clock, and after that we'll see another arrival. It'll be the KLM jet. You can see the pushback truck has been disconnected. It's almost like the engines are starting now, and the flaps are being put down, and we should be seeing it taxi to runway 27. But as of now, you can see we've got some runway maintenance checks going on. So the EasyJet A320 now moving. And so you've got a private jet just picking up also. It's the Pilatus PC-24. But this here is the EasyJet A320-200, which is heading over to Edinburgh. So the registration on board this aircraft is GEZWY, so that is Golf Echo Zulu Whiskey and the Yankee. Mark, good afternoon to you, and glad that you're joining us here at Bristol Airport today, and I hope you're doing very well. And yeah, a lot of people from Cardiff, including myself, do head over to airports in London like Heathrow and Gatwick, and Stansted, of course, just due to the flights being cheaper than that of Cardiff Airport. I think it's in the wrong position, and also I think airliners would rather pick Bristol as an airport to run at, just due to the expensive fuel and parking prices at Cardiff Airport. I think Bristol Airport is just the better option for many airliners. So it seems like this jet will be lining up, not waiting for any of the traffic at Bristol. So off to Edinburgh goes the A320-200, which is just moving on the runway now. Sorry about that. The wind just gusting at the moment. So that was a stunning departure there from the EasyJet A320-200. Got one of the private jets pinging up, but no location as to where it will be heading to. Might be just a movement, but there's no ground speed at all, so it could just be a false alarm. Good day at Bristol Airport, apart from the very heavy winds and just moving us around constantly. You can see the clouds covering the sun. I mean, there was a bit of a dark spot there for the aircrafts that are just at the gate area now. And so we've got about 10 minutes until our next arrival here at Bristol with the Ryanair jet. And as of departures, I'm just checking it right now. And so we've got 3 jets actually. No, that's 4 jets that are set to depart from Bristol at the moment. We've got one that was scheduled at past, but that's been delayed until 4:51. so about 7 minutes from now. And then we've got an EasyJet A320 heading over to Belfast, which has also experienced a 12-minute delay, so we'll see that in about 7 minutes time also. And well, currently at the moment, flight radar I don't think is updated yet, but it's showing that one of these EasyJet A320s is set to depart right now, but we're not seeing any action just yet, unless it's just not pinged up on the radar. So Tony's saying that the private jet's off to Geneva, and yeah, it does seem so. But if you look on the Bristol map and click on the jet itself, there's no location available. But yeah, it should be off at least sometime soon. I'm not sure if it's going to be one of these jets on these nearby gates that will be departing soon, or if it will be one of the EasyJets back over there. But I guess we'll wait and see. It's almost become like Cardiff Airport at the moment. No action here whatsoever, but you know, that's only for about 2 or 3 minutes. I know we should be seeing an aircraft push back. See, the pushback truck is being moved now. Not quite sure if he's going to the departing aircraft or if he's just being relocated elsewhere. But it seems like this Ryanair will be set for departure very soon. As you can see, the trucks are just being disconnected off the aircraft. Yeah, it does seem that the Ryanair will depart next Delta. All of the trucks have been removed, and you can see the ground marshals there, just on the tarmac. I believe they're going to be guiding the pushback truck very shortly. Wondering where the EasyJet A320 that was set to depart 3 minutes ago is. He's still not picking up on the radar, so most likely there's a delay. But yeah, flight radar's not giving me any info just yet on that jet. And so you can see 2 fuel trucks just moving from these 2 aircrafts. Got the A319 with no stair trucks attached. but that should be off to depart soon. So nothing appearing on my map just yet, apart from the private jet, which is moving everywhere, but it's still showing no knots at well, as ground speed. You can see the doors on board the A321neo are well, have been opened. So I'm guessing as soon as this A319 finishes its pushback, the passengers should start boarding. So the aircraft has finally pinged up on the radar. So this one will be heading to Toulouse, which I believe is where this jet actually arrived from. So I will repeat that obviously as it gets close to departure. So we've got two jets that are... Nope, never mind, that's one jet. So I'm getting mixed up with the traffic all around Bristol. But we've got one jet which is 3 minutes out. So this A319 has just pushed back. If he gets to the runway in time, he will still have to wait for the 737-800 with the operator Ryan from Knock. So that's 3 minutes out. And once again, for that aircraft, we'll repeat that for you all. So you can see the pushback truck is being disconnected now from the Airbus A319. So I can just about see the lights of the 737-800 appear from in front of the clouds. I'm not going to focus on it just yet. Again, just he is very, very far. I can literally just see a very distant dot of light. I think you guys can hear the winds at Bristol. They're still continuing. I think they're getting a bit lighter now. And so Abraham Parks asking if the runway is long enough to accommodate the 747 and the A380, and the answer to that is I don't think so. The runway, it is long in terms of long enough for an A330 or a 787. I mean, TUI were operating the 787 for summer action, and they were also, well, they had also hired the WAMOS A330-300 to well, for use at Bristol. So it's capable of holding those aircrafts, but for the 747 and the A380, I don't think so. Either way, I don't think there's a big enough parking spot in the airport. so you can see the Ryanair 737-800 is in sight, and this aircraft's arrived from Knock. And yeah, so arriving from Knock on its 52-minute long journey. The aircraft's registered EIEJA, so that is Echo India Echo Golf and Alpha. And then right behind you've got another arrival, which is just aligning with the runway. So you can see some reverse thrust action there on board the 737-800. So you've got the EasyJet A319, which is just lined up on the runway. The aircraft heading to Toulouse and is registered OELKO, that is Oscar Echo Lima Kilo Oscar. And then right behind is a arriving aircraft, and we've got two jets pinging up for a departure. So you've got one that's already pushed back and one that is set to push back soon. And so the A319 on the move now. So that was the A319's departure. You've got the aircraft that's arrived, the 737-800 there, just taxiing over to the gate area. I think I might have to bump up the brightness. The sun's kind of disappeared. I think that's fine. And so we've got two EasyJets pinging up on the radar now. Then we've got an arrival, so where is it? We've got this aircraft that's just been pushed back. It will turn and taxi to runway 27. And we've got this one that's also taxiing to runway 27, and then we've got a arrival in the distance, which is well, we can see just over there a new airline of the day. We've got KLM. So the KLM E190 STD arriving from Amsterdam on its 1 hour long journey. And so registration of this aircraft is PHEZP, that is Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Papa. so the E190 there. That's just touched down. Get some fantastic shots of that. You can see the nice blue standing out, reflecting of the well, from the sun. So Andrew, good afternoon to you, and welcome to the H community where we're at Bristol currently, and thanks for the kind words about the camera work. Is I don't know, definitely not the best day to get some smooth shots, as it is a bit windy, but you know, I'm trying my best, I guess. And Aidan, welcome along to Bristol Airport. Glad to see you back with us. Really great having you, and you're with us now, so don't worry about it. Honestly, it's just great to have you. Obviously, got the EasyJet departure from runway 27. Yeah, so that was that EasyJet. So that was the Airbus A319 heading over to Amsterdam, and registration on board that aircraft is GEZDL, so that is Golf Echo Zulu Delta Lima. A320-200, registered as GEZTA. That is Golf Echo Zulu Tango Alpha, and it's heading to a place I've never heard of before. I'll try pronouncing it. Just gonna apologise if I pronounce it a bit wrong. So it's Enfidia or Enfida, I'm not sure, but I'm trying my best out here. Watching us from Leeds, so quite a distance away. I mean, I was looking at the arrivals and departures list for Leeds Bradford Airport, and it didn't seem too busy. It is a local airport after all. But wonder if you've ever departed from there. If you have, you know, let us know about your experience and obviously who you've flown from. And as you can see the sun reflecting off of the EasyJet aircraft as it gets higher in the sky. And Ed Thompson, good afternoon to you. And thank you for the kind words. Glad to see that you're enjoying the stream from Bristol. Hope to do more, obviously, from Bristol Airport, as it is our local airport, well, as well as Cardiff Airport, but don't really count that just due to its quiet schedule. And so we've got this EasyJet A320-200 featuring the EasyJet Holidays livery, registered as GEZOA, that is Golf Echo Zulu Oscar Alpha, and it will be heading to Belfast. So you've got a few holidays planned, Andrew. I hope you enjoy them, obviously. Most likely flying from Jet2, I'd assume. I know they're the main operators at Leeds Bradford Airport. So we've got the private jet, which is moving now at Bristol. Heading over to Geneva. It is the Pilatus PC-24. Make sure to focus on it as it gets a bit closer, but as of now, not visible to us just yet. And so we've got the Capital Air Ambulance Beach 200 Super King Air. Definitely not a very smooth landing there, but it is a small aircraft, so must have been very difficult, especially due to the high winds at Bristol this afternoon. So almost missed it, couldn't quite see it, is quite distance away. But the aircraft arriving from London on its 52-minute long journey. So yeah, the Capital Air Ambulance. And so off to Geneva. Oh, never mind, he's seems like he's going the long way around back over to runway 27 from a different taxiway. So you've got the EasyJet A320 that's just lined up now, heading over to Belfast. So you've got an arrival inbound, of course, waiting for it to get a bit closer. You've got the 737-800 pushing back now. You can see there the E190 only just deboarding now, so taking its time there, not quite sure what was going on with that. So there is the next arrival here at Bristol Airport. So the Ryanair 737-800 arriving from Dublin on its 43-minute long journey. The registration of this aircraft is EIDLV. That is Echo India Delta Lima Victor. And so this is actually very fantastic. This is one of the few Ryanair 737-800s featuring the split-tip winglets. And so that was a great catch there, split tip winglet 737-800. And off to Geneva goes the Pilatus PC. I think that's the 24, is it? And yeah, that jet went a bit too high for me to capture the full departure. And Sim Aviation says he's in the terminal right now and will be taken off in the next KLM flight. Give us a time on that, because I think we'll be staying for that, so you can watch that on playback. So, just for those wondering why making a big fuss about the split-tip winglets for Ryanair, so obviously it is one of the very few aircrafts that feature it for Ryanair, but it also improves the amount of CO2 emissions that the aircraft produces. So we've got a arrival inbound. Ooh, just missed it. So it has orange, so I'm guessing it's EasyJet. Yeah, it is. It's the, let's see, the EasyJet. Sorry about that, the camera's just losing focus there. So the EasyJet A320-200, which is arriving from Palma de Mallorca, and it's 2 hour and 18 minute long journey. The registration of this aircraft is GEZTH, or Golf Echo Zulu Tango Hotel. So we've got an aircraft lining up on runway 27. So it's the Ryanair 737-800. And so yeah, it is the Ryanair 737-800 heading over to Malaga, and it's registered EIEFJ, that is Echo India Echo Foxtrot Juliet. And already moving there, wasting no time on the runway at all. So the Ryanair paying for the whole runway and using the whole runway, you can see there. Must be a very heavy jet there. Lots of people with baggages, I'm guessing. So we've got this A320, I believe it is. Yeah, it is the A320, but it's not pinging up on my flight radar just yet. So as as we wait for that, I'm going to give you all a weather update for all the new viewers that are just joining us now. Welcome to you all. So we've got temperatures still at 11 degrees with scattered clouds. The winds have bumped up once again to 20 to 31 knots per hour. That is a red warning, and they are blowing in the eastern direction. We've got 10 kilometers plus of visibility with no ceiling clouds surrounding Bristol today. Got a pushback of an A321neo, which we'll focus on after this jet. And so still not pinging up on flight radar for me is the EasyJet A320. Taking his time there. I'm guessing the air traffic controllers are dealing with some other aircraft, most likely the 321neo that's just pushed back. I'd assume he's given him some taxi instructions before he announces to this A320 that he is cleared for departure. But he's just pinged up now on my flight radar. It's the A320-200 heading over to Newcastle, registered GEZRT. That is Golf Echo Zulu Romeo Tango. Struggling there as the jet reaches these skies, and you can see the reflections of the sun. So Ken there, Ken who's been there from the start of the Aviation Hunters live streams, is asking where are we next. So well, we haven't really got a schedule for this week. We'd like to do some more Bristol shows at some point. Obviously it'll probably be on some short notice, like it was today, as we aren't really, I guess, knowledgeable when it comes to the schedule for Bristol. We'll schedule the show for about one day in advance, or possibly the same day. Just depends on the arrival and departure schedule. We'd like to do Gatwick at some point, but we're still looking for a spot. We contacted a few areas, but no response just yet still. So either Bristol, I'm guessing, or London Heathrow probably, but we'll be sure to post a community post out closer to the dates of our future live streams for you, Ken. But yeah, as said before, not really much of a schedule. And Samil joining us once again from our London Heathrow show. Good afternoon to you, hope you're doing very well. See there, the 321neo just turning around. See, it's about to begin its taxi to runway 27. on the flight map, we've got a jet that's just beginning its approach into Bristol. So should be seeing that in about 5 to 3 minutes time. Got a Helvetique at 6 o'clock, so very soon. And so we had a viewer earlier on, I'm not sure if they're watching or boarding the KLM jet now. So we had a viewer that was boarding it and asked us about if we were there until, well, to see its departure. So we should be there, well, should be seeing it push back very soon. So it seems like this A321neo will be holding short for the arrival, well, for the arriving aircraft. We know here at Bristol Airport, the air traffic controllers prioritise the arrivals more than the departures. And so it seems like this A321neo will be waiting for it as it is beginning its final approach now. Just a warm welcome to all of the new viewers that are just joining us today. I'd encourage you to like and subscribe if you'd like to support the channel, or if you'd like to support us, you can also head over to our Instagram or Discord page, which should be located in our Abouts page. And Phil, it was great to have you here at Bristol Airport. Hope you have a great day, and I hope to see you on our next live show. You, glad that you're enjoying the stream, and yeah, it would be great to have some more traffic at Bristol, but obviously it is a local airport, so you know, we are grateful for all the traffic we're receiving today, but we should be seeing some more soon. I mean, you've got loads of airliners choosing to operate at Bristol. Got 3 new ones, which I mentioned earlier on in the stream, and hopefully many more soon. And Daniel's asking if we could do a live stream at Bristol, sorry, not Bristol, at Birmingham, and well, we'll definitely look into that. Of course, we did one, I believe it was a couple of months ago, and didn't do amazing, but you know, we're glad to retry things, and we'll definitely look into that for you, Daniel. But we do know of an amazing live streamer at Birmingham, and he goes by the name of Airport Action, so if you'd like to check out his channel, you can do so by typing it up on YouTube. But yeah, we'll make sure to look into that for you, Daniel. And Richard, yeah, it is great to be here at Bristol for a change. It's definitely different from the usual British Airways, and you know, different variety of aircrafts at well, that we see at London Heathrow. We've got the EasyJet. I believe that's the 320. I need to get my flight radar app open, but you can see they're very hard to touch down there. Nice and wobbly though. And yeah, so it is the A320neo, as I did think. So this aircraft arriving from Paphos on its 5-hour-long journey. So very, very long for an A320neo. But anyway, we've got it registered as GUZHU, so that is Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel Uniform. And you could tell that 320neo is trying its best to slow down before the first exit taxiway at Bristol Airport. Oops, sorry about that. Just checking the live chat. Yeah, we do know of a one individual location at London Luton to go plane spotting at, but it is a car park after all, so it would be very difficult from there. We'll also look into visiting there, because we do want to expand the range of airports that we visit, of course. And, yeah, definitely everyone got whiplash from that 320neo's landing. It's very, very difficult to land in these poor conditions, so kind of feel for the pilots. We've got the A321neo operated by EasyJet heading over to Dalaman. As soon as that aircraft departed, the wind was just pushing me everywhere, but did get to see that. We've got the 320neo taxiing back to the gate. And Daniel, thank you for the support through subscribing to our channel. We really do appreciate it. So the KLM UN90 that was set to depart 5 minutes ago is still on the still at the gates. Really, you can see it over there. The pushback truck is enabled or attached, whatever you'd like to say, and the stair track is being detached from the aircraft now. So you can see the aircraft's just about to begin pushback, and then we should see it depart about 5 minutes after its pushback. Is one of the Jet 2 aircraft to arrive at Bristol and taxi to one of these two gates here, because we will get to see the marshals obviously marshalling in the aircrafts. But you know, we can just see the aircrafts now that have just arrived. We've got the E190, which is set to begin pushback now. You can see it's attached. So once again, we've got runway maintenance checks. Obviously, you know, making sure the runway is still operational, and if it weren't to be, then the aircrafts that are meant to arrive at Bristol would probably have to divert to airports around it, such as Cardiff, maybe Birmingham, and Leeds. We've seen it before where I believe it was there was a crack on the runway, and so we had a couple of EasyJets and Jet 2s head over to Cardiff for landing. And Daniel, it was great having you. Thanks for joining us here at Bristol, and we hope to see you during one of our other live streams, or perhaps later on today. So just looking at the scheduled movements for Bristol at the moment, so we've got a couple of delays today, I must say. Bristol doing, I guess, an average job really, dealing with the traffic. And so we were meant to see the Ryanair 737-800 arrive from Wroclaw, but so no info on that jet just yet. We've got a EasyJet A320, which was set to arrive now, but that's been delayed, pushed back for 10 minutes. So we should be seeing it very, very soon at 5:51. Then another jet delayed for about 40 minutes. Paris, well, no, an EasyJet A320 arriving from Paris, and then right after, we'll see an EasyJet arrive at 6 o'clock. So that was the arrivals list. It's definitely getting a bit busier. Sorry about that. I just realised the camera is completely out of focus. And for the departures, we're set to see the KLM now, and then after that, in about 10 minutes time, we've got an EasyJet A320 heading over to Basel. And Conrad, that's well, thank you for that info. That is definitely something we'll look into, because we do have the equipment to go viewing at that spot that you were suggesting. And Alfred, good afternoon to you, and it's great to see that you're enjoying the stream so far at Bristol. Just waiting for some more action. Obviously, the E190 taking its time, obviously, for before it pushes back. got a dead cat on board. Well, not on board, but installed on the microphone. So it's trying to block the winds off that we're experiencing here at Bristol, but it's very, 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 very difficult, obviously, because the winds are just crazy. We've still got a red warning of winds of 21 to 33 knots per hour. So yeah, the mic is doing its best, I guess. So finally the E190 is pushing back. Dave Ward, it's great to be here at Bristol. It's amazing to capture the EasyJets, the Jet2s, the Ryanairs, and the TUIs, which we haven't seen today. But yeah, usually it is really amazing to capture these jets, especially from really close to the runway. So the E190 there, it's got the pushback truck disconnected, and so it should be taxiing to runway 27 now. So you've got an arriving aircraft which is beginning its approach now, just aligning with runway 27. So you should be seeing that in about 5 minutes time. It's currently below 6,000 feet and still descending, obviously. So I'd assume that this KLM E190 would have to wait for the arriving traffic. So the KLM E190 is moving now. It might actually make its departure in time before the arriving aircraft, but I don't think the traffic controllers would risk that. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to, do some more research into London Luton Planespotting and perhaps contact the buildings around because it definitely would be great to visit London Luton. I know, you know, the airport is full of, you know, Wizz Air jets. We've got EasyJet. I'm not sure if Ryanair operates there, but so the KLM 190 STD heading over to Amsterdam. The registration on board this aircraft is PHEZP, and that is Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Papa. And so looking at about a 1 hour total flight time on this route. 1 hour and 10 maybe, not sure. But it seems like the traffic controllers have slotted this E190 in for departure. That just about captured that. It's a very steep climb, I must say, and it was directly above us, so you know, wasn't quite able to get the tripod that high. So just moving the tripod a bit. The wind is, you know, moving it all over the place. KLM E190 only using about a quarter or half of the runway here at Bristol, generating a lot of speed there with the two engines. And so we've got an EasyJet, let me check, yeah, it's the EasyJet A320-200 heading over to, arriving from Berlin. It's registered GEZWU. That is Golf Echo Zulu Whiskey Uniform. You can see the two parked Ryanair jets. You can see one there, you can see the full body of it, and then you can just about see the tail of that one there. Both 737-800s, which we should see depart later on. Unfortunately, we haven't got any heavy bags in the van with us today, but perhaps in the future we'll have to invest in some weights, you know, just to hold the tripod in place for weather conditions just like this. And so the EasyJet A320 is in sight. Not quite sure if the camera can see that far. Let's try and find it. It's almost like playing hide and seek. There it is, the A320 arriving from Berlin. nice arrival there from the EasyJet A320. See, the approach was a bit dodgy, but the touchdown was nice and smooth. Ambush, good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us today at Bristol Airport. So we've got another arrival inbound. I can just about see the lights of it. Yeah, so next action that we'll see at Bristol will be the Helvetic Airways Embraer E190 long range, which is arriving from Zurich on its 1 hour and 39-minute long journey. The registration on board that aircraft is HBJVO, that is Hotel Bravo Juliet Victor Oscar. And Helvetic, one of the newest airliners of operating at Bristol Airport. I believe this is on behalf of Swiss, but I'm not quite sure. Might have to look into that after the stream, you know. see there that fantastic touchdown there. It wasn't the smoothest, I'll give you that, but did a great job after all. The approach was a bit messy though, I must say. He was going up and down and weaving everywhere. Jones, I'm not sure, but thanks for the kind words. Glad to see that you're enjoying the Bristol stream. Seems like we're definitely going to be seems like we are definitely going to be coming back at Bristol at some point. We do love to be plane spotting here. You've got some fantastic aircraft. The aircraft that arrive here are, amazing after all. The Helvetic Airways, you can see there, parking at the gate area now. And then I believe we should be seeing some departing aircraft traffic. Bristol Airport. You can see the fuel truck, which I believe is attached. I'm not sure. I think this jet is actually ready to depart. In fact, you can see the steer truck is being moved out of the way, and yeah, the fuel truck is moving. You can also see the pushback truck actually over there, so it's ready for action, of course. We've got an arriving jet inbound, another EasyJet A320-200, which is arriving from Paris ORY, and that is a total flight time of 1 hour and 2 minutes, and the aircraft is registered GEZTK, that is Golf Echo Zulu Tango Kilo. And you've got two aircraft pinging up on the radar now. So we've got, I believe it's this one here that's about to begin its pushback, and any arriving one, of course, which is up there. This is one of the busy days at Bristol Airport, and is why we chose to come here, of course, as well as the heavy winds. So we were looking to do other days, of course, but obviously we'll need to do some more research into that. could see just in the background the Ryanair 737-800 making its way over to runway 27 for departure. We'll get some info on that just as we finish the follow-up of this EasyJet. So the Ryanair 737-800, which I was just talking about, is holding short of another arrival. The 737-800 there, operated by Ryanair, holding short, and that is because of, let's see if we can see this aircraft. Yeah, you can just about see it. So the reason it's holding short is because of this EasyJet A320-200, which is set to land at runway 27, arriving from the Isle of Man, and that is a 43-minute long journey. The aircraft is registered GEZUA, and that is Golf Echo Zulu Uniform Alpha. You can see they're crabbing a bit. You can see some rudder changes there. And let's see if this pilot smoothens out the touchdown. going to move on from that A320s. We've got a departure in a bit. So the Ryanair 737-800 heading over to Girona. And so the registration on board this aircraft is EIEJA. That is Echo India Echo Golf Alpha. And just moving now. I will definitely find out when the next business jets will be arriving and departing for you. And that was in response to D Moore. You can see they're off to Girona goes that 737-800. And yeah, so today it does seem that the Gulfstream G650 will be the only business jet that we'll see at Bristol today. But this jet, of course, wasn't on the arrivals and departures list for Bristol Airport, so you never know, we could be surprised by another one. But I was just about to give you some information on the Gulfstream that we're supposed to see arrive in about 2 minutes time, but there is literally no information on flight radar whatsoever. And there you can see their doors open for the Helvetic E190. The pushback truck, I believe, is installed on the jet, so it should be boarding soon. If not, boarding is completed. Yeah. And Ken, good afternoon to you. And yeah, we were supposed to try out 4K over at Bristol today, but unfortunately the internet speed is not the fastest, so you didn't want to risk losing a connection. But we'll definitely try it at London Heathrow. But yeah, it's great to see that got a very good stream today with some great, aircraft colours and pictures, obviously. But yeah, nevertheless, glad to see that you're enjoying the stream so far. You can see the A320 deboarding, or the passengers just exiting out the aircraft. And this is done whilst the jet has got a fuel truck installed onto it on the right wing. So it should be a nice quick one for this A320. Quick fuel up, quick boarding, and back into the skies it will go. the pushback truck being released from the aircraft, and then it should be taxiing to runway 27. Just gonna do some quick adjustments for the tripod. It seems like it's not leveled. And there we are. Sorry about that, just some quick adjustments to make sure that we've got a nice straight angle. G650, we've got two other aircrafts that are beginning their approach into Bristol. So you can see arrivals are picking up here at BRS. And there is the Gulfstream G650. No info as to the registration and as to where it's arriving from. Wow, was that smooth there? It's a very, very good touchdown. Yeah, so no info on that still. But we can see the Ryanair 737 still holding short of the runway, as we've got another arrival inbound. And yeah, so thank you Heat Haze for letting us know where the jets come from. My flight radar seems to be malfunctioning, I guess. So from Marley says Heat Haze. So yeah, once again, thank you for that. The Ryanair 737-800 featuring the wingtips well, is still holding short for an EasyJet aircraft. I think it's, yeah, so it is the A321neo like I thought, and it's arriving from Kos on its 4-hour and 4-minute long journey. The registration of the aircraft that we'll get to see now is GUZMG. So that is just in the skies there, and then right behind it you can see another jet in the distance. You can just about see the black shadow of the next arrival. And it seems like we've got 3 aircraft waiting to arrive. You've got this one, you've got the one behind it, and then you've got another beginning its approach now. So the Ryanair 737-800 is definitely not going to be having a very pleasant time sitting on the taxiway for quite a while. Yeah, I do assume that the air traffic controllers will let the 800 depart right after the second arrival, after this one. And this Neo aircraft was having a very tough time on his approach into Bristol Airport runway 27. You could see there he was weaving quite a bit. And you could tell the difference between a Boeing and an Airbus plane just simply through winglets as well as the nose of the aircraft. You can see it's more rounded on the Airbus aircraft, whereas the Ryanairs have pointy noses. Well, it actually seems like the Ryanair 737-800 heading to where is that? Let me see. So the 737-800 that is heading to Dublin is actually going to depart before the second arrival. This aircraft's registered EIDLV, that is Echo India Delta Lima Victor. And off to Dublin it goes. It's about to, well, it should be moving now because the next arrival is getting really close. You can see it right over there. If the well, the camera's not focusing, but you can just about see the lights of it there. So let's just watch his departure. Strong from that 737-800. We've almost got a windstorm now. to welcome all of the new viewers that are just joining us here at Bristol Airport this afternoon or this evening. Good afternoon or good evening, North Sky Aviation. It's really great to be here at Bristol Airport. It's definitely a change. It seems like I've missed the arrival. Just checking the live chat tab. You can see the reverse thrust and the flaps in action. A320-200, which has arrived from Paris CDG. And yeah, it is really great to be closer to home. Really can, the drive back from home is, well, it's been the shortest that it's been for a while. So only been 1 hour and 20-minute long. So it's definitely a change from the usual 2 hours and 40 minutes drive from London Heathrow to Cardiff. But yeah, I must say it is really enjoyable to be watching the Bristol action here. And yeah, definitely a lovely light for filming. We've got the sun shining right behind me, reflecting off the off the aircraft entirely. So it is making for some amazing shots, I must say. And HWA Batterink, good afternoon to you. And glad to see that you're enjoying the stream. And thanks for supporting the channel through subscribing. Really do appreciate it. If you'd also like to be like HWA Batterink, and if you'd like to support the channel, you can do so by liking and subscribing. We do appreciate the support you guys are giving us, and it will allow us to continue heading over to a variety of new airports. But yeah, your support means the world for you, and we're really grateful for all of the people that have chosen to support the channel today. And so you can see an aircraft lined up on runway 27. This here is the EasyJet A320-200 heading over to Basel. Registration of this aircraft is GEZTH, that is Golf Echo Zulu Tango Hotel. Hello girl, good evening to you. Hope you're doing very well. is sort of disappearing into the clouds slash the sun. The sun is very bright in night direction, so it's a bit difficult to see, of course. And yeah, Tim, time has flown. I mean, when you're doing something that you enjoy the most, you know, it is, well, you can't really track the time as much, but yeah, 3.5 hours, that is crazy. Planning to stay a bit longer, most likely about another 30 minutes, I'd say, up until about 7 o'clock, because I think that's when the Bristol traffic does quieten down. But as of now, we can see this this EasyJet A320neo, which is holding short of runway 27 ahead of some traffic. It seems like every time the planes depart, we can feel the wind caused by it. It just starts blowing rapidly and very heavily. Makes it very difficult to manage the tripod, but not much you can do about it. So we've got an EasyJet A319 up next, arriving from Rome on its 2-hour and 41-minute long journey. The aircraft's registered GEZFV, or Golf Echo Zulu Foxtrot Victor. And the aircraft's in sight. And there it is. You can, well, it's barely visible, but it is getting ever so close to the runway. Watch as this A319 battles the winds at Bristol Airport. So we've got an A320neo on the move. So that aircraft there was the EasyJet A320neo heading over to Geneva, registered GUZHU, that is Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel Uniform. So you can see the Helvetic E190 is just now boarding. See, I think that's deboarding passengers actually on the tarmac, but yeah, unfortunately the aircraft's just covered that up now. And Ken, it was great having you. Really big thank you for joining us at Bristol this afternoon, and yeah, we'll make sure to post a community post closer to the dates of our next live streams, of course. But yeah, once again, hope you have a great rest of your evening, Ken. I'm just going to look at flight radars to when the next couple of aircraft are set to be seen, I guess. So we've got an EasyJet A319. Yeah, that's the arrival one. So we've got the Helvetic Airways E190 long range, which is set to depart very soon. It is currently pinging up on flight radar, but no movements just yet. You can see there the front door is still open, and the steer truck's still attached, but I'm guessing that'll be closed in about a minute's time, and then the aircraft should begin its pushback. Trying to find out when the next arrival will be. My mobile data not being the best at the moment, and so we were supposed to see an Aer Lingus ATR 72 arrive from Dublin. It's scheduled to arrive at 6:35, but it's not showing live on flight radar, so I don't think we'll see that today. But we should be seeing. Oh, never mind, we've got the exact same thing with the Ryanair 737-800 just after that, where it's not showing live just yet, which is very interesting. we've got a, well, we were supposed to see a TUI 737 MAX 8, and that was supposed to arrive 9 minutes ago, but that's been on delay until 6:56, so that's about 10 minutes time, 10-15 minutes time about that. And we should see an EasyJet A320 arrive at 6:57. So yeah, just waiting for the next action. I'll check out the departures, of course. I think it actually is the next arrival, Tim. Should have seen it 10 minutes ago, but TUI is yeah, definitely not doing the greatest in terms of delays. I think I was watching a BBC article, and it was saying, I think it was TUI was on board the top 5 of the most delayed airliners. I can't remember where it ranked, but the BBC article is still up online if you'd like to check it out, of course. So we've got an EasyJet aircraft, the A320-200, heading to Barcelona, which is, I'm not sure if the pushback truck is still attached to it, but I'll say just pushed back. And then we should see the Helvetic Airways right after. We've actually got a helicopter pinging up on the flight radar here, so I'm not sure if you'll get some action on that. Just waiting until I can see it. And so yeah, the helicopter, you can see just up there, no information whatsoever as to where it's heading to. But Planespotting, going helicopter spotting here at Bristol. But yeah, keeping us busy obviously as we wait for the next bit of action. There you can see the rudder checks on board the A320. So he's just taxiing now to the runway. That is runway 27, and that doesn't seem like he'll be waiting for any arrivals. So we should be seeing a straight departure. And most likely the same with the Helvetic Airways E190 long range. So you can see there he's just about, yeah, so he's turning there, and then he's going to move forward a bit before turning into the runway. The Helvetic Airways E190 has got all of the ground crew vehicles removed removed off of the aircraft. So the jet's holding short there on the taxiway. Not sure if it's because of no, there's no traffic at Bristol in the Bristol vicinity just yet. So I'm assuming it's for air traffic controller's clearance to taxi and line up onto runway 27. And Andrew, it's great having you join us on our Bristol Airport live stream, the first live stream for the channel at Bristol. But yeah, it was great to have you, Andrew, and you were great at keeping us company over at Bristol this afternoon. And we hope to see you, or hope to have you join us for our next live stream. So have a great evening, Andrew. And we hope to see you back on the channel for our future live streams. So just going to wait and focus on the Helvetica Airways E190, since that EasyJet doesn't seem to be going anywhere. You can see the pushback truck is has been connected. Oh, we've got another pushback here. Okay, so finally the EasyJet A320 is beginning its movement. I'll give you some information on it now. So it's the EasyJet A320-200 heading over to Barcelona, registered GEZWU. That is Golf Echo Zulu Whiskey uniform. And this aircraft will be followed by the Helvetica Airways E190 and the EasyJet A320, which is just pushed back, and then we'll see some arriving jets. Just preparing myself for the strong winds that this aircraft's about to blow right in our faces. So yeah, that's as far as I can see the aircraft go, and that's not due to anything obstructing our vision. That is just due to the sun being directly behind us, and I just took a look with my own eyes, and it is very, very bright, and the camera is struggling to focus up until then, but yeah, I'm struggling to stand up on the van with these winds, but you know, gathering some great clips for you also. Yeah, not much of a problem, but yeah. And so I could see the lights of an aircraft in the far distance, which we'll just wait before focusing on. It seems like the E190 is going to be holding for the A320 that's just behind, no, it seems like the A320 is following another taxiway just to avoid the E190 and its pushback. So this here is heading to Madrid, but obviously I'll repeat that info later on. We've got about 10 minutes until we'll end the stream off, so we'll catch the last few aircrafts and then we'll be off. Yeah, so this A320 is definitely going to be holding short for the arriving aircraft, which will be, if flight radar would like to load. So it's finally loaded. So the next arriving aircraft that this A320 is holding short of will be the TUI 737 MAX 8, arriving from Dalaman on its 4-hour and 10-minute long journey. Yeah, the aircraft's registered GTUMF, that is Golf Tango Uniform, and then Foxtrot. And the first TUI of the day, they used to operate at Bristol very often. I'm not sure if they do mornings now instead of afternoons, but this is the first we've seen during our 3-hour and 40-minute live stream. But it's here now, the 737 MAX 8, which we're going to watch touchdown in a moment's time. TUI, not only being one of the most delayed airliners, but taking inspiration from Ryanair for their landings. You can see the main gear probably crying out for help after that touchdown on runway 27. Definitely not something that I was expecting. the A320-200, operated by EasyJet, is just lined up on runway 27, heading over to Madrid, registered as GEZ TK, that is Golf Echo Zulu Tango Kilo. See a marshal there. I might have been a bit, yeah, I think we missed that. Yeah, but that was the 737 MAX 8 pushing into the gate. And Karen, good evening to you. And no worries for the live stream. I mean, we live about an hour away, so you know it is sort of a local airport for us. You cannot count Cardiff, of course, but yeah, it is a pleasure hosting this live stream for you. And glad to see that you're enjoying it, of course. Got many more planned in the future, I must say. Seems like the overall outcome is that lots of you like enjoying the stream so far, so yeah, we'll definitely be planning some more in the near future. And so we've got 2 EasyJets there. Yeah, so we've got 2 EasyJets there that are on the taxiway now after pushback, and we've got one arriving now. Just going to get some info on that for you all. So it's the EasyJet A320-200 arriving from Amsterdam on this 1 hour and 3 minute long journey. And so the registration on board this aircraft is OE L. Sorry, not L, that's IGO. So that is Oscar Echo India Juliet Oscar. And Jet's also taken inspiration from Ryanair for their landings. It's 2 very hard landings there in a row. Definitely going to have some unhappy passengers on board that flight. You can see the reverse thrusts. So as I was saying before, that large gust of wind hit me. The reverse thrust retracted quite early. Obviously the plane using the whole runway to taxi from at the end of. You can see spoilers. Are they out? Yeah, spoilers still out. So I think we're going to capture these last 2 departures before we end this stream there. So we've got the EasyJet, I believe that's an A320, yeah it definitely is, the A320-200, and right behind, which we can see now, is the Helvetic E190 long range. So that will be the last aircraft that we'll capture today. And so everybody, make sure to like. So the A320-200 on the move. I'd just like to apologise for the connection issues. I'm not quite sure what's going on now. Hope it's been sorted. But we're not ending the stream just yet. I'm just going to capture this last final stream and then I'll most likely end it off there. But yeah, good afternoon or good evening, Killer. Great to have you join us at Bristol this morning. I'm so used to the Heathrow streams early in the mornings. So great to have you join us this evening. Helvetic Airways is holding short of, what is that? I think that's, oh, it's the helicopter. We saw her depart early on. Didn't quite see that. I thought it was a bird, but yeah, the camera's zoomed in now and it's well, we can notice it's the helicopter. Oop. Well, the winds are moving the tripod quite a bit there. You can see the I think it's something to do with the shutter speed, which make it look as if the blades on board this helicopter aren't moving at all. And I'm not quite sure if flaring is the correct terminology to describe when a helicopter's nose is pointed all the way upwards. So we're going to call it that, I guess. So the E190 long range just lining up now. And Delta asking until what time we're going to be streaming for, and we're just going to capture this last departure and then we'll be going, because it seems like Bristol's quietening down quite a bit. And so here is the Helvetic Airways E190 long range heading to Zurich, and their registration HBJVO, that is Hotel Bravo Juliet Victor Oscar. so into the sun goes the E190 long range. And so everybody, we're going to end the live stream off of there. It was great having you all join us at Bristol Airport this well, for our first live stream, of course. But yeah, obviously we had some very strong winds of up to 20 knots or 30 knots per hour, which was very hectic, of course, being on top of the vine, being thrashed around all over the place. But yeah, I'm gonna end it off there. Just like to thank all of the new subscribers and all of the people who chose to support the channel today. We really do appreciate it, and thank you a lot for you know, obviously supporting the channel. We are trying our best to go as much as often, and we'll definitely be looking into doing another Bristol show at some point, hopefully this week. But once again, thanks for joining us, and I hope you all have a great rest of your evenings, and goodbye everyone.